time is there, na?
Yeah, still time is there.
Yeah, I'll get back.
Sir, welcome, Narasimha sir.
హలో
సార్
ఇది తేజేశ్వరన్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తుండా మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ టీమ్స్ ఎవరు?
yes he is there.
Oh, good. Okay, it's a good experience. Let him do.
Yogeshwaran and Teli Prasad, both are there.
Oh, very good, very nice. అదే నేను డెస్క్టాప్ నుంచి ట్రై చేస్తుంటే అవడం లేదు, అందుకే ఇక మొబైల్ నుంచి జాయిన్ అయ్యి.
Okay, sir.
ఓకే.
Morning, sir. Sir, good evening. Voice is not there, sir.
Okay.
So is it
Hello.
hearing, sir? Sir, yes, sir.
Now it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, sir.
Okay.
How is, sir, there? Corona.
చాలా భయంకరం అండి, బాగలేదు.
ఇక్కడ కూడా రేపు 16th నుంచి బళ్ళారి కూడా 1 week లాక్డౌన్.
ఓ వెరీ గుడ్, అట్లీస్ట్ కర్ణాటక ఈస్ డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్. ఇక్కడ తెలంగాణ వదిలేసిండ్రు అంతే, ఇంకా మీ ఇష్టం. ఇట్ ఈస్ లెఫ్ట్ టు యూ, వాట్ యూ వాంట్ టు డూ. అది
ఇనిషియల్ గా దేర్ వాజ్ ఎ రెసిస్టెన్స్ మచ్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. టెస్ట్ చేయించడానికి కానీ క్వారంటైన్కి రావడానికి కానీ. సో దానివల్ల వాళ్ళు వదిలిపెట్టేశారు.
ఏం లేదు అదంతా. ఏంటంటే అంతే, ఇక సీఎం వదిలేశాడు జనాలకు అంతే.
దిస్ ఈజ్ ఎవ్రీబడి హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ పర్సనల్ ప్రొటెక్షన్.
అదే, ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు లివ్ యూ టేక్ ప్రొటెక్ట్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ అంటున్నాడు.
గవర్నమెంట్ హౌ ఫార్ విల్ టేక్ ఇండివిజువల్ పర్సన్స్ కేర్? ఇంపాసిబుల్. ఓన్లీ సివియర్ కేసెస్ ఉంటే మాత్రం హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్ళాలి, లేదంటే ఇంట్లోనే ట్రీట్మెంట్ తీసుకోవాలి. నౌ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ has given some guidance also, sir. Home quarantine only individual. They won't take further to quarantine.
ఓకే, ఇక్కడ కూడా ఆల్మోస్ట్ అంతే, హోమ్ క్వారంటైన్ అంటున్నారు. ఓన్లీ సివియర్ కేసెస్ కూడా పోతే ఎవరు అసలు తీసుకుంటలేరు, ఎక్సెప్ట్ ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్. గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్స్ ఆర్ రిఫ్యూజింగ్ అంతే.
సార్ ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్లో కూడా చూస్తున్నాం కొన్ని చాలా లాస్ట్ మినిట్ లో పోయి దే ఆర్ లాస్ట్ బ్రీత్.
అవునవును, ఇఫ్ వి ఆర్ గోయింగ్ ఎట్ ద ఎండ్ దే ఆర్ రిఫ్యూజింగ్.
yes
హోల్ ప్రాబ్లం.
అన్న మల్లికార్జున జాయిన్ అయినాడా? జాయిన్ మల్లికార్జున.
మల్లికార్జున
ఎస్ సార్.
సార్ మల్లికార్జున జాయిన్ సార్. Which Mallikarjuna? JSW not at scene. Energy Mallikarjuna has joined. I sent a message also.
ఎంతమంది యాక్సెప్ట్ చేశారు?
ఆల్రెడీ అయినారు సార్, ఒక 15 అయినారు.
ఓ గుడ్, వెరీ గుడ్. వచ్చేస్తారు అందరు. హెచ్ఓ నుంచి కూడా ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కండక్ట్ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నాము. జూలై 25th ఆ ప్రాంతంలో, 25th అన్న ఫస్ట్ వీక్ నందా గారు చేస్తున్నారు. ఈజ్ ప్రిపేరింగ్ దట్. ఆల్రెడీ 2-3 స్పీకర్స్ ను పూల్ అప్ చేశాము. 2 CMRI, ఇంకొక అతను ఆటో స్టెమ్ అని. సో రిగార్డింగ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోజివ్స్ అది. సో ప్రాబబ్లీ వన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఫైనలైజ్డ్ ఐ విల్ సెండ్ అదే డీటెయిల్స్.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే.
అదే
another 10 minutes.
ఓకే గుడ్. ముందు జాయిన్ అయి ఉంటే ప్రాబ్లం లేదు, తర్వాత జాయిన్ అవ్వాలంటే ఒక్కొక్కసారి ప్రాబ్లం అవుతుంది.
కరెక్ట్.
జాయిన్ అయ్యే ప్రాబ్లం.
Good evening, sir.
Please join, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm already there. I just muted myself. Good evening, sir.
Also joined already. JSW.
Good evening, sir. Mallikarjun, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, IR sir has arrived, sir.
ಹೊಸಪೇಟ್ಲನೇ ಇವನಿಗೆ
Yeah, he has joined, sir.
ಚಿತ್ವಾಡಿ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ಸ್,
He has joined.
ರೂರಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ಸ್, ಟೌನ್ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ಸ್, ಗುಡಾವನ್ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ಸ್.
Harier sir must have joined.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸರ್. ಇಸ್ ನೋ ವೇ. ಆ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ
Mallikarjun sir, IR sir has not joined. Please tell him.
Sir, he said he has already come.
Ravichandran sir has joined from Mumbai. Even Suresh Bansole joined. Deepak Vidyarthi sir has joined.
ಇದು ಸತ್ಯವಾದ ಮಾತು. ಬೀದಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ಕೋಳಿ
ಹಲೋ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್.
Class. Sir, 1 minute. Sir is yet to join. He has opened the Teams, but he is not able to sign in. 1 minute. Sir. Hello. Hello. Hello, I am already muted.
Hariharan sir joined.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sir. You're-
Yes, sir. Very much audible, sir.
Okay, now
Yes, sir, we are audible, sir.
you are audible, but yes. Hmm. Now, how many participants, sir? Oh,
Already 25.
oh, very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. When shall we go to start, sir?
Now in another 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. Hmm. So
Good
then,
evening, Iyer sir. How are you?
Good evening, sir. How are you? How are you? Thank you very much.
Good evening,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, after
Good
a
evening,
long
yes,
time.
sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very nice of you. Very nice of you. All of you are joining now. I
Yeah.
think more of IAMP members.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Sir, very nice of you. Very nice of you joining us. Okay.
Sir, we have our Vice President, Ashok Sethuraman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening to all.
Ashok Sethuraman is there.
Yes, I'm seeing him.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Thank you,
seeing
sir.
him.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very nice.
Ashok, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Are you able to see me?
Yes, sir. We are able to see you.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. எனக்கு வரல.
நீங்க அது உங்க கேமரா தெரியுது நான் இப்பதானே பார்த்தேன்.
Okay, right. அதுல நீங்க உங்களை பார்த்தீங்க. So who else has come from IAMP?
நீங்க ரொம்ப வெட்டீங்கன்னா பை 2 hours உங்களுக்கு போயிடும்.
IMP, we have a couple of them. Satnarayan has joined.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, very nice.
Someone unknown user.
Yeah. Very nice.
We now
Good to start with an energy drink, Mallikarjun. Good to start with energy drink. Good to start with energy drink.
వచ్చింది నరేష్
My voice. Is my voice clear? Okay, sir.
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Very nice. I need a shout, This is my usual voice. Okay.
Media, online. They are unmuted.
Good evening to everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mallikarjun, sir.
Sir.
Yeah.
Mallikarjun, sir, good evening.
Yeah. Good.
Haridas. Sir, good evening, Mr. Narsaya, sir.
Madam Venkateswar sir, namaste. Welcome to you.
Mallikarjun sir, you are the host
Sir,
now
unmute.
for this session.
Unmute.
Good evening, Venkatesh sir.
Good evening to all.
I think Prabhakar Reddy sir, can you start?
Yes, sir.
Prabhakar Reddy, unmute.
Masudan sir. Masudan sir, good evening
Prabhakar
sir.
sir, you can start. Namaste
Yes.
sir.
Namaste sir.
Welcome to webinar on energy efficiency opportunities through energy mass balance in mining. Welcome to our past president Sri Meda Venkateswar sir and Sri our General Secretary Sri Narsaya sir. Welcome to our President 1 Sri Madhusudan sir. Welcome to our speaker Sri Mallikarjun K.A. Kambalyal and Sri Hariyara Iyer sir. Welcome to our Deepak Vidyarthi sir and all dignitaries.
Thank you.
Please join to energy webinar. Now our President Sri Madhusudan sir will brief the award seminar.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Prabhakar Reddy sir. He is our chairman, Mining Engineers Association, Ballari Hospital. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Good evening. Good evening to everybody. Welcome to
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
First Presidents, our Honorary Secretary, and other senior members, presenters, and the Ballari Hospital organizers. And see, as you know, MEI is always striving for the improvement of mining fraternity in terms of their skills by conducting seminars, workshops, and technical talks since 1957. So we have 26 chapters in all over India, and they are also conducting programs very well as a annual schedules. Today's topic was chosen with its relevance to mining in saving the cost of production. Today, cost of production is a very important in sustainability of mining. Heartily congratulations to and thanks to Chairman, Secretary of BH Chapter MEI and also organizers for this webinar. As you know that at present situation, all the mining leases are being allotted by the auction system, and also most of the existing leases, merchant miners, are expiring shortly. So in future, what is going to happen? I will brief. And the present system of auction is a allotment of mining lease, and start of mining operations is a sequence of operation which is a system driven. Nobody can enter in between. It is a system driven. Whatever is they are saying, we have to follow that. And the sequence is as follows. First, they will give a notification of inviting tender and submission of technical and financial bids. Auction process will happen. Accordingly, it will be selected preferred bidders, then successful bidders, then we have to process statutory clearances, and we have to go for the finally execution of MDPA and lease deed. And these are all, we don't have any control on this. It is a system driven. It is going to happen. You know that auction processes depend on many factors like reserves, market scenario, and market scenario and security of raw materials by the industries and other external factors which are not in our control, and we may have to act and take decisions on the basis of competitive moves. So in this direction, we don't have any control on the auction process, but after starting of the mining operations, mining companies have to pay the following payments also, like DMF, royalty, TCS, NPV, especially in Karnataka, SPV we have to pay, along with premium amount per ton of material dispatch. This is also we don't have any control, and these payments also is not fixed. It is again varying on the basis of government decisions and the review of rates, royalties, etc. Now, the only thing we can control is cost of production at after starting of the mine, which includes cost of mining operations, process, transportation costs, other allied activities of the mining. All the mining engineers, geologists, mechanical engineers, electrical, environmental engineers who are all working in the mines are can control these cost of production by increasing of efficiency of operations or optimization of your operations or any other methods. At these circumstances, energy is also a major role. Energy includes, it is a power, it is a fuel cost, these are forms the major chunk of your cost of production. Hence, we have considered this webinar is most important for the mining fraternity. That's why we have chosen this webinar for the energy saving. I hope many mining engineers will utilize this opportunity to improve their skills and also start thinking towards sustainability of mining. With this, I give Mallikarjun sir to go ahead for presentation. Thank you once again all for attending this webinar. Mallikarjun sir, you can go ahead.
Hello. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, very much,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
You
Yes,
can go
sir.
ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Sir, can we start?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry, there was some. Thank you, Prabhakar Reddy sir, Madhusudan sir, Mallikarjun sir, Narsaya sir, and a team of office bearers from Bellary and Hospet chapter for considering us to share the information that we have for gathered over a period of years. Sir?
ஃபைட்ஸ் போட்டு கொடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டான். அதெல்லாம் நான் உட்காந்து பண்ணிட்டு
Not able to hear anything, sir.
Mallikarjun sir, go ahead.
He is talking, but sound is not coming.
Hello, Mallikarjun sir.
माइक बंद कर दिया उसने.
Can anyone of us call him and tell him that it is?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, Mallikarjun sir. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now this could be because of certain intermittent make and break in the internet connections. We have to keep going with it, sir. But anyway,
No, we can understand.
Yeah, right, sir. If I can request, maybe to make things easier, if we all can go off the camera, probably the streaming could become much more easier. Is that okay, sir? If we all go with off the camera?
No problem. You can PPT. You can do it automatically. They will go.
Yeah, right, sir.
अबे फिर से माइक बंद कर देगा वे.
Mallikarjun sir, you're gone on mute. Please unmute yourself.
No, it is already unmuted, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, it is okay now. Yeah.
Okay. Now today's topic is basically on energy efficiency opportunities by energy mass balance in mine operations. Now, just as you have been briefed, it's Mallikarjun Kamlyal here, and I also have our president, Mr. Hariyar Iyer, who would be taking the latter part of the presentation. He has a lot of experience, nearly over 6 decades of experience, and he will be able to take all technical clarifications from his side. Now, the core objectives of today's presentation is basically smart mining. The days are gone where we could simply mine and then export. Today we have got to be as smart as possible, and when we do this, we have got to comply with legal compliances under the present circumstances as put forth by IBM. Now, when we comply to legal compliances, we also need to make sure that our profitability never goes on the downstream. We believe the takeaways after this webinar is readiness to start mining against the star rating. We also need to benchmark the energy consumption in mining operations and earmark certain areas where we can quickly recover the costs. When we do this, it's also important that we need to keep in mind the safety of all the mining staff on the field. Okay. We have split this presentation webinar into 2 parts. One would be the utilities side, where I would be taking on the energy mass balance, and on the second part is the actual operations where our senior member, Mr. Hariyar Iyer, would be addressing. To start with, usually 10 to 15% of the energy, national energy, is used by mining engineers and is on the rise with the increased mining activities, maybe by another 4 to 8 is what is being projected by some of the research papers. Mining operations use energy in a variety of ways. It can be excavation, comminution, materials transfer, and haulage. In certain areas, it can also be ventilation and dewatering. Ventilation is basically long haul or underground. Dewatering in certain areas, just as we have mining sites in Goa where we have a lot of rains. We'll try to draw an outline, the key considerations and potential approaches for the development of energy mass balance for a mining operation. Now, it is highly debated on what grounds, on what parameters is energy mass balance going to be drawn. Well, once we have a mindset, there can always be a solution against all the odds. And through this, we believe energy efficiency opportunities will automatically pop up once we start working on the energy mass balance. Now, what actually drives today's webinar? See, everyone I think is supposed to be complying to star rating. There's the Indian Bureau of Mines has certain rating set for all the mines. Now, what we are going to be touching upon today, I have just briefed here. It's a screenshot of all the from the template of evaluation. We have environment compliances. Certain marks have been specified here in this last but one column. We also have groundwater monitoring, water usage. Then we have environment monitoring aspects, that is basically the ambient air quality. Although ambient air quality is referred here as external, we would also be focusing on internal air, that is indoor air quality. Now, apart from this, there is one more separate section where they specifically say green energy sourcing and climate change initiatives. Now, I would like to emphasize more on this part. It says implementing recommendations of energy audit in mining, ore processing, etc., as per provisions of Energy Conservation Act 2001. Now, when we say this, it is basically under the assumptions that we need to do only electrical energy audit. Now, I would like to specify electrical energy audit is one part. Of course, it is the driving force for all the major part of the material, but without the fuel conservation, without assessing the fuel consumption, then probably there is no meaning to energy conservation within the iron ore mine, because in open cast, 70 to 80% or even 90% is diesel or liquid fuel, and the balance is just the electrical power. Now, considering all these aspects, I would be just touching upon the key aspects as to why energy mass balance is quite important. Now, if you can see based on the score that each one is allocated, 90 to 100% if you are scoring, then you would be a 5-star rated mine. So I believe even every mark, every score that is achieved is a contributor for the good performance of the mining activities. Now, when we say energy mass balance, what actually it is? It is just, in simple words, it is an approach to understand the efficiency of energy conversion and how other inputs are used to deliver goods and services in generic terms. However, when we talk about technical aspects, EMB is a mathematical statement of the conservation of energy and a systematic accounting of energy flows and transformations in a system. Now, if we talk about theoretical basis, it is law of thermodynamics, where you can neither create or destroy energy. It can be transferred from one form to the other form. Now, when we do this energy mass balance, we need to keep in mind that it can be enthalpy, it can be kinetic and potential energy. So all forms of energy will be considered when we draw the energy mass balance. Now, why energy efficiency opportunities requirements for energy mass balance? Now, once we draw energy mass balance, the energy efficiency opportunities will automatically fall in line, and they start popping up as and when you review the energy mass balance. We'll see how best it can be derived. The key requirements for any energy efficiency opportunities, that is basically the assessment framework, requires that the process data collection is mandatory part. Whatever information, whatever the energy consumed, whether electrical, fuel consumption, or the production, necessarily need to be recorded and tabulated. Now, usually many people believe that it is done, but unfortunately, it is not being done the way it has to be done. Now, energy data analysis process, it is not just kilowatt hours or kVA or the total diesel consumed by each of the mining activity. There are certain parameters where we need to focus upon, and every energy consumption has got to be in relation to productivity. Today, suppose if we have spent around 1000 liters of diesel for operation A, by that process, what is the net productivity that we have drawn should also be recorded vis-a-vis basis. And then it has to be put across collectively to derive. And that is basically the typical science where we need to draw our, we need to spend our time on. A comparison of performance to theoretical and actual. See, usually whenever a costing is done, it is assumed that this machine, for example, the crusher has got a capacity to crush so many tons of ore. Screening unit has got so many tons of ore, and this is the productivity. But it also is considered how much of electrical power is consumed by the crusher, how much of electrical power is consumed by the screening unit, or the diesel consumed by the screening unit if it is directly driven by diesel engine. And then we draw certain assumptions and work out the costings. Now, this can be the case which is truly in compliance with what we calculate, or it may not be, unless we actually draw the fuel parameters and the productivity parameters and then tabulate ourselves and benchmark. See, when we say benchmark, first is a theoretical benchmark where the costing engineer will say this is the cost of conversion. The production engineer will say, okay, this is what we have achieved. And when you tabulate all these, both these figures, that you will find certain variation, theoretical calculations are fixed, but the production, on-field production may vary based on certain things. 1 minute, sir. EEO requirements for EMB. Okay, right. That is the one. Okay, right. Now, once we draw the energy mass balance, what are the benefits that we are going to achieve out of this? Because usually it is what, based on the experience that we have seen, is many of the people, many of the mining industries activities are not having any energy mass balance being tabulated. Even if they are doing it, it is based on their own understanding. Now, once we draw an energy mass balance, end of the day, we need to understand how much energy is being used, whether the systems and equipments are operating according to design and work schedules, energy use variability and its understanding, underlying causes. Now, when I said variability, usually you will find that there are certain variables. Either the diesel consumption must have gone up or must have come down. Electrical energy consumption must have shot up or must have been lesser, or it is constant. Now, all these variations need to be tabulated and the events listed out for evaluation at a later date. If usable waste heat, of course, it doesn't appear to be applicable here in your case. Now, efficiency of energy using processes within the business. Now, this is what is need to be done. The efficiency has to be drawn after every shift, after every day, end of the week, end of the month, and end of the year. Now, this is a very key parameter where we would have to draw, the energy mass balance will give a clear indication. Once we draw the energy mass balance, after every batch, there's a shift, day, week, month, and year, we can examine whether energy use is really being adjusted to the demands of the services that are being executed. It can also help to identify interactions between people, technologies, and energy user. So this is quite very interesting part. Usually, the variations are not attributed to the people working on the field. If there is a good team in the sense, the efficient working team on the field, for a very low fuel consumption, the productivity delivered would be much higher. And sometimes, because of certain events, accidents, or some odd events that are happening, the productivity might have suffered. So all these events that we record will naturally be reflected based on the team of operations, team working on the field, and the technologies, any improvements that have been brought about in the plant, and the energy use, and of course the natural calamities. The collective view of all these parameters will certainly be a quite helpful parameter to draw energy efficiency opportunities. Now, where does the energy of mass balance fit in assessment process? As noted earlier, energy mass balance is a major component of the data collection and analysis component of an energy efficiency opportunity assessment. An energy mass balance systematically collects, analyzes data on energy use and investigates where losses occur. It is therefore a useful input to the background papers. Workshops, meetings, specialist studies, and other activities used to identify and investigate opportunities. Developing a first iteration, I would say the original energy mass balance for opportunities identification is a very critical aspect when we start working on energy mass balance. Once we identify the initial list of opportunities, the preliminary energy mass balance should be improved to build up a detailed and accurate understanding of the energy and material flows. However, the first operation of the energy mass balance should provide the highest accuracy. It is just because we have a room for improving upon, we don't have to simply rush through, as the first one, original energy mass balance, forms the baseline. So it needs to be as near to accuracy as possible. See, in this aspect, either an internal energy manager who is purely working on the energy flow should be dedicated without allocating any other aspects like, say, production or maintenance or administrative aspects tasks to him. If this is not possible, an external agency could be hired. When I say external agency, people like us who are dedicated energy auditors with well-equipped measuring instruments should be able to come in very handy to you all in this aspect of energy mass balance and identifying the energy efficiency opportunities in a plant. Now you might probably ask us, when we already have internal energy team, why do we have to go for an external agency? So it is a by and large a practice to assume things are right. But if I happen to come to your mind or to any of our minds, we always think that we have nothing to do with the production, we have nothing to do with the fuel consumption, we have nothing to do with the way the haulage is being executed. What we do basically will consider is how much of energy is being consumed, either in terms of electrical or fuel. What is the net production for the day, for the shift, for the day, or for the week and a month? How much of manpower is involved? Are there any safety parameters being violated? We consider all this on a holistic approach, and then we try to draw the graph and say, okay, this is the energy mass balance as of now. After we draw this energy mass balance in the original form, then we have to list out, because when we do this, we will also have to study on not just on the specific mine, we'll also have to consider the international standards, and then project where all we can probably look for energy efficiency opportunities. So it is with this respect that external energy efficiency or a team of energy auditors can come in. Now there can also be a question as to who will be able to guide us. Well, there are a good number of energy auditors. Probably you will have good, once you start, probably it will come in very handy, or people will start flocking around you. Now, how do we draw energy mass balance? Like I said, energy mass balance can be drawn based on the internal assessment, and it is always a very rough indication. It is not that it is final or it's the one that is perfect. To understand or to draw a genuinely accurate energy mass balance, ISO, International Standards Organization, has drawn certain standards. I would just refer some of those standards which actually will touch upon our subject of energy efficiency opportunities through energy mass balance. Now, if you can see here, we have, I think I'll change the pointer. You can see ISO 55001. Usually we have all heard about ISO 9000, ISO 14001. But it is very rare. Of course, some of you must have also been ISO 18000 certified, that's the safety compliance, which is now presently ISO 45001. Now 55001 talks only about asset management. Now when I say asset management, it is not just the asset management from books of accounts point of view. I'll just touch in detail as we go ahead on the asset management, because this forms a fundamental baseline, information when we draw the energy mass balance. Now, the next relevant standard is the ISO 50001. Usually people tend to go for a partial certification. The partial certification of energy consumption in a plant doesn't actually draw or give any financial results. Like I said, many of the mines are 9001 certified, 14001 certified. If you see, both these standards do not give, or they bring in very little revenue savings to the mining operations. But if a mining operation is complied with ISO 50001, that is the energy management systems, this is one standard where return on investment is from the very moment, that is from the very moment you execute the findings of ISO 50001, recommendations in ISO 50001, the profitability graph shoots up. That is, the cost is drastically coming down over a period of time, and it starts instantaneously. Now, when we do this, there is also something what is called social responsibility. So many of the leading mines have also obtained this standard, that is 26001, where social responsibility, of course, they say, oh, yes, we do have corporate social responsibility, but there is a standard where you follow based on the ISO 26001 basis. Now, next, when ISO 50001 is complied, automatically an organization falls or comes in line with the compliance of ISO 45001, because 50001 considers safe operation of all equipments, minimized usage, and once you minimize the energy flow, and once the productivity is in par with or above the specified standards or above the benchmark figure, the safety aspect naturally comes in line. Now, talking about ISO 14001, many of you, just as I said, you have already obtained this 14001, but I don't understand, or I'm sorry if I'm wrong on this particular statement. Many of the people do not understand or do not know that there is what is called ISO 14060 family of standards. Now, recently we came across a mining company where, knowingly or unknowingly, they have been asked to reduce their carbon footprint by 2%. Now, if ISO 14001 had relied upon or had touched upon ISO 14060, that is 60, subsequently I'll tell you the breakup, family of standards of ISO 14060, had this also been considered, then probably the benchmark figure, that is the reduction of carbon footprint by 2%, would have already been recorded in their records. No, usually, just as I said, how do we draw the energy mass balance? There are so many factors influencing. There are so many problems which have been discussed. Many people say it can never be done. Even if it is feasible, there are certain reservations. So what are these factors that actually influence? One is basically the site-specific factor. On the left side, you have the external factors and also the business priorities that are set in. Now let's see what basically are these site-specific factors, or basically geographical, that is the design and characteristics. It could be slope, depth, ore type, etc. Then what sort of energy is being used? What are the energy consuming equipments, and where do you install them, on the top or at the bottom? That's the base of the mining operations. Or operation equipment, like say some of the mines are using diesel driven screening and crushing units. Some use electrically driven screening and crushing units. And of course, the rate of resource extraction. We also have external factors like say condition at mine site. That is basically the air temperature, humidity, rainfall, wind, etc. Now here, in some of the mines, I find that the wind velocity is as low as 25 to 30 kilometers per hour. And on the same days, within the same zone, we find that the wind velocity had reached as high as 54 kilometers per hour. Now, all these parameters would naturally affect when you draw the energy mass balance. Now, there are also localized social regulations and standards, the market demand, and the value of the resource. Of course, this also touches upon the business factors. Now, there can also be demand on energy using equipment, business operations, and the manpower attitude, and the operating procedure. Now, when we draw the energy mass balance, we need to have certain steps that we need to follow. First is to have a clear mindset. Yes, I need to go for an energy mass balance. If an industry, mining industry assumes that, okay, what we are doing is right, we don't have to look for energy mass balance, then there can never be any better exercise that can be carried out. But if you decide to go for energy mass balance before conducting any improvement exercise, then you have set your goal online. Once you draw the energy mass balance, you decide to draw the energy mass balance, what needs to be done is define a clear team of officials who would define internal as well as external. Then we need to go ahead with collecting data for the energy mass balance. Now, usually this, like I said, if it is an internal, it could be probably too cumbersome or might go off the track because of the other professional commitments. So I would preferably advise, not necessarily that we energy auditors should get business out of this particular webinar, but I feel an external agency would be able to do a quick and thorough energy mass balance exercise because data collection is time consuming. And next is the drawing the balance. What is electricity, electrical energy consumed? What is the fuel consumed? Whether it is in line or all those things. Next is the analysis. After we draw all this, we need to draw an analysis to identify where all we are having energy conservation opportunities. Now, when we draw this, we need to be very clear without investing a single pie. By mere change in the operations, we need to derive or achieve certain element of energy savings, which my senior, our president, Mr. Iyer, will elaborate. And the next part is to identify with bare minimum investment. When we say bare minimum, you don't have to change the process or you don't have to modify your operating parameters or change the way how you operate. But by certain improvements, you can probably do it. And that is by bare minimum investment. That is a low cost versions. Next is probably certain change in the where we need to go for captive investment. Once we draw this, then probably it becomes a very clear, the benchmarked energy mass balance. Now, during the process of this presentation, I said the personal and the skill requirements are quite important. It can be internal as well as it can be external. Now, I also said there are a good number of energy auditors. Right now, India has our Ministry of Power, Bureau of Energy Efficiency has done a wonderful job of certifying nearly 15,000 plus certified energy auditors. Of course, not all may be very serious practicing energy auditors, but whoever has been doing a marvelous job without compromising on the professional ethics. What I basically suggest is that whenever an energy auditor is chosen from an external agency, he has to be self-sufficient with the set of measuring instruments all on his own. People should not depend on the rented measuring instruments because they do not know the accuracy of the measuring instruments, and they sometimes are hard pressed to deliver or return the instruments back in time. In the subsequent slides, you will understand why I'm talking about hired instruments are not preferred. Now, mine sites. In fact, I have just put this particular sheet, the presentation in full, without saying whatever I would be talking would also be here, but I have highlighted certain points here. The key elements. So, the key elements are mine planning and design, and if required, to dewater. Okay, if required. Okay. Now, if required, to dewater the open mines, just as I mentioned about certain open pit mines in Goa, then the parameters that need to be considered would also have to be given top priority, because this often becomes a stumbling block in the mining operations. Of course, the ventilation systems I would not touch upon, because I believe most of the people here are from open cast minings. Now, we also need to understand the power supply and the distribution system in a mining. Then, if at all you are using compressed air, this is another area where a lot of electrical energy is being wasted, because compressed air supply is bound to be somewhere around 15 to 17%. In a very rare case, it must have gone up to 19% efficiency. So efficient use of compressed air is quite important. And this also, I think, probably our IR sir will touch upon. Now, what is more important is an external agency would probably be involved with you for one season or for a year. But it is important that the internal mining operating engineers get closely associated with the energy auditors, understand the analytical skills based on what we basically try to analyze, and then make recommendations on energy efficiency opportunities. Now, apart from this, what the star rating of mines as per the Bureau of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines states is, a mining operation should incorporate a certain alternative energy sources from the renewable energy systems. So, is there a possibility to identify whether we can make use of renewable energy sources? Yes, if a person is willing to. No, if a person has certain inhibitions. There can always be an inhibition objection saying during the blasting time, there could be certain damage caused to wind turbines or even the solar panels, if at all they are installed near the blasting zone. Now, there are many areas where they are considered to be much safer, where we can put renewable energy into use. Now, we had also discussed why renting of measuring instruments Madhusudan sir, I think there is some screen coming up. Somebody, can you just make note of that? Okay, we had said renting of measuring instruments is not an advisable solution. Hence, it is a primary element that needs to be considered. Now, reason I have mentioned here is, if you look at the tasks that are involved in the energy mass balance, it is spread almost over 1.5 years. Scheduling of a task, preparing energy system mapping, identifying systems to analyze, identifying required data. This first 5, conducting initial mass balance, itself will take around 30 days of time. And then construction of energy mass balance, that is tabulating, analysis will take another certain amount of time. If you see, it almost runs up to around 6 to 7 months in the first phase. The next stabilization period is for another 1 year. Once you complete 1 year cycle, what comes next is the review and rescheduling or redrawing the energy mass balance. So it is almost a year-long exercise, and the energy auditor or the energy audit assignment should not be specified just for a period of 1 week or 10 days. Of course, because of certain limitations, we do have to do for a 1 week or 10 days. But my sincere advice is to have us for entire 1 year of period on your systems. Now, initially in the earlier slides, I had discussed about these ISO standards, but I would touch upon ISO 14001, wherein we had discussed about ISO 14060 standards, family of standards. Now, ISO 14064 is basically talking about specification with guidance to the organizational level for quantification and reporting of greenhouse gas emissions and removals. Now, if we work on this parameter, the total energy consumption, either electrical or the fuel that is consumed, would be basically addressed here in this part of the ISO 14064. So a dedicated ISO 14001 certified company, certified company evaluating agency would also give a lot of importance to this part of ISO 14064. Now, section 2 of part 2 of ISO 14064 talks about the guidance, and section 3 of part 3 of ISO 14064 will talk about verification and validation of greenhouse gas statements. Now, there are various set standards where these are all tabulated and then evaluated, and then you draw your net carbon footprint, which is basically the ISO 14067. Now, once you draw your carbon footprint, obviously the energy consumption, that is the ISO 50001 compliance, will fall in line. If ISO 50001 falls in line, your profitability or cost of mining operations will drop down. Now, the next important part, before we proceed to all these parts, like I said, the energy mass balance, we need to consider 55,000 series, that is asset management, which is basically, many people think that it is basically meant for accounting purpose, calculating depreciation, calculating value of the equipment if in case you need to discard. Now, what is more important is considering the risks that are involved in operating this particular equipment. Are there any social responsibilities that are involved in making use of the equipment or disposing? Is there any improved organizational activities which have brought about positive change in the asset that has been originally manufactured or originally been procured, and any improvement in the efficiency and effectiveness? Now, I would like to touch upon this part. how can original equipment manufactured supplied equipment be modified, and we work on improving the efficiency and the net effectiveness. See, whenever a manufacturer supplies the equipment, he would not be interested in taking blame for faulty operations. So if he designs it on the paper that it is meant for handling 100 tons per hour, probably his design parameters will be on the safer side. He would either design that for 125 or 150 tons per hour. Now, what happens is when he designs for 150, our energy consumption parameters are also equally on that particular parameters. That's why most of the mines are overloading certain crushers or screening plants. So if we can bring about certain modifications, then probably the efficiency and the effectiveness can also be improved upon. So that's the key aspect of asset management. Of course, it's a big science. I would like to minimize that here. Of course, when we draw the asset management standards or the compliance, energy auditor will have to look into various aspects of the operation of the equipment. Now, there are certain issues where big data, where many people are now talking about in the IT sector, big data. Now, data management or the data analysis cannot be drawn over a period of certain number of shifts or certain number of days or weeks or months. It has to be over a period of years. But to start off, we need to have a baseline data on day one of our assessment. Now, variations that would come up could be weather conditions, could be the market demand, could be the fuel energy supply. All those variations can be considered at a later part of the date, and then we can draw the variables and look for improved service aspects. Now, when we consider all these aspects of data management, we also need to make sure that we are mentally and physically, technically well prepared to address any demand variations in the market. Now, when we do all these exercises, one important part is, as energy auditors, we would be involved in collection of data, exploring energy efficiency opportunities. We would also be educating the top management, but it is very rare that we come across the on-field worker. Although we do interact, but our interaction with the on-field workers would be for a short span. And he being just an executor, he may not be having any authority to do any better improvements or anything. What is more important is, whatever recommendations or observations are found, we also need to understand that we should transfer our understanding or our learnings onto the employees, at least to the supervisor level, and train them on why this exercise of energy mass balance is being done, where all we can look for energy efficiency opportunities when you draw the energy mass balance. And once the supervisor cadre is involved, then probably the improvement exercise will fall in line. And I believe employees training is the best way of bringing about these changes, because they are the ones who actually give, most of the times whenever we do energy audit, I at least fall in line with the last line of operations. That is the supervisory, or for the foreman or the last grade of staff who would be physically working on the mine, handling every minute things, because they are the ones who actually give us certain objections or the certain problems that they come across whenever they are operating a mining operation. Now, before I go ahead, this is quite something tricky. Like I said, the manpower inhibitions. Now, if I have to address certain inhibitions in a mining engineers or the management, I have just put a small few questions. You don't have to answer it on paper or anywhere. You get just say how many of you can count on your own finger out of these 10 questions, how many are yes and how many are no? Do you know the geographical conditions and topographical parameters your mine is being operated? Either yes or no. You can just count on your finger. Do you know the quantity of water being used? Direct or indirect? Do you know the quality of ore being extracted? Do you know the ratio of waste to useful ore? That is a reject. Ore reject. Do you know the quantity of fuel used to drive the operations? Have you ever weighed the food wasted in the plant and your share in it? Now, when I say this, certain mining operations provide canteen services. You might bring in your own food from the house, or you might even take higher services from the canteen. But end of the day, whether it is your own home brought food or the canteen food, have you ever weighed how much of food have you wasted? 1 spoon, 2 spoon? How often you wished to reach home early? I hope everybody will wish to go home early in time on everyday basis. Do you know the last on-site accident? If at all there is an accident that's happening, how many of us remember the date or the event? We may probably remember the event, but how many of us know the day, the date when it has occurred? Do you know the quality of water on the mine site? Either during rainy season or off the rainy season, if at all there is water seepage or water aquifer in the plant. Do you know where the first aid kit is placed on the site? Now, if out of these 10 questions, if you can answer 6 plus, then probably you are well within the acceptable parts. But if you are answering no to less than 5 answers, then probably there is a point of concern here. Now, if we know these basics, it is not technical, it is just a day-to-day happening, then probably we are quite observant in our day-to-day activities, and energy mass balance opens up by itself. Now, this, if you can view this figure, photo, can somebody tell me, Sir Madhusudan sir, can you say whether it is on behalf of the delegate, the participants, what sort of a building is this? Can you say it's a corporate office or?
It looks like a corporate office.
Thank you, sir. Well, here you see it. This premises operates 5 thermal power plants. Thermal power. It has got 5 thermal power generation units. 362 numbers, 632 numbers, 900 plus 1250 megawatt of power generation is being carried out in this particular area where you see. Now, if you can see this, nobody will say that this is coal-fired thermal power station. This plant I visited myself physically way back in 2013, and it is in NRW, that's North Rhine-Westphalen, very near to Cologne. There's a area where I was trained for 1 month as energy manager. Now, just to draw your attention again, I would just show you the aerial view of the thermal power plant. So now this is going to give you a very clear picture. You can see the entire layout. I don't think anywhere you can even spot one black dump of iron ore, sorry, the coal. Of course, this area is one area where coal is being handled. If you can see this. But apart from this, you don't find spillage of coal anywhere in the plant. Now, this is the kind of energy mass balance that these people are involved into. Now, if a thermal power plant fired by bituminous coal can maintain this kind of cleanliness, it is only because of the concern that each one of them have involved into. Now, this is, you can see me here on the topmost reachable point by, of course, a lift 162 meters above the plant. That's the point where I had already shown you earlier. Now, this, of course, may be many of you might feel offended, but yes, I need to give a touch on this. Again, I'm giving these examples not to say anything about it. This has got nothing to do with the mining activity, but our acceptance of mindset change. Now, if you see this again is around 4 to 5 years back photo, where all these two-wheelers that you see starting from here to this end, you can go on for kilometers. I could not find even one petrol-fired two-wheeler here. All are battery-powered. China flourished with battery-powered two-wheelers, whereas in India we failed. I won't say anything much on this part. Now, this is another area where we need to understand. This is a drainage line, grey water. That is a water that has been flown out from the residential areas. Nowhere we can see spillage of solid material. It is clear water. I don't say it is a clean water. It is clear grey water where no solid particles are seen, of course, except for this part where some construction debris has been, it's a old building. So except for this, it is a clear flow of water. I could even see some people going on boat, commuting on boat in this part. Now, to draw this particular thing, I would just skip this particular slide here. I have already spoken much. Whatever has been done, I have retained the text so that at a later part, when this PPT gets circulated to you, you will be able to read this and then draw your own understanding on the importance of energy mass balance. Now, having seen the plant of thermal power station there, I'm sure you will say, if you can accept to change this type of views when we pass through a mining area, then the energy mass balance exercise will have done its justification. Again, the same repetition. I'm just now, when we draw energy mass balance, sir also said there are so many parameters involved. See, the rainwater management is one key aspect of energy mass balance for a simple reason. Haulage consumes a lot of fuel, and if you have to work on the fuel savings on haulage, we need to work on the good roads. And if we need to work on the good roads, we need to make sure that the roads on which our haulage is exercised are well maintained. Now, during rainy season, if you happen to see such type of breaks or the cliffs, then probably we would be ending up consuming a lot of electrical power. Now you can see this sort of, the other slide went back. Now, such type of breaches in most of the mining operations. Now, that is mainly because we forget to understand, or we forget to understand learn the basics of water management. This is one area where we need to spend a lot of time. And coming on to the next, the present image that you see here, you can see the ore reservoir is being dumped, and subsequently certain pitching of grass or some green carpet is being done. What I've seen is some external resource, the external grass patches are being brought in and then planted here. If we can work on these basic localized grasses, if we can collect and then work on this part, then probably there could be a lot of justice or quick recovery and arresting of rainwater breaches and other things can be worked on this. These are some of the elements that I have tried to touch upon, where we can, working on these non-technical aspects, actually the non-operational aspects, we can work on justified energy mass balance. Now, I would just show certain views. See, if you can see on this image, in the entire stretch from the base to the top of the mining operations, there absolutely was no escape route for the rainwater on either side, either left or right. And that is the reason why you can see some sort of a slippery roads all along. Most of you are quite conversant with this, so I'm trying to push videos through, because I have one more important two more videos which I would like to show you without touching or without fast forwarding. See, if you can see this video, this is from the mine pit. I'm trying to relate water management to fuel management. This is a loaded tipper which failed to this tipper failed to move to the delivery point. So ultimately, he had to go back, surrendering himself. Now, this one is an empty tipper. Let's see what happens to this. You can see he's almost on full throttle, but the wheels are slipping. In the end of it, he too surrenders himself and then goes back to the station. So the net conclusion here is, once you draw the energy mass balance, we also need to understand the external factors. That's why I mentioned in one of the slides, where geographical parameters are also to be considered whenever we draw the energy mass balance. It is water, it is our landscape, it is the elevation, it is the diesel consumed, it is the electrical power consumed, it is also the condition of the haulage, the tippers, and how safe are these tippers being put to use. One important part is, none of these tippers had a safety jack. The triangular part which is usually used behind whenever you are going back, or whenever you find a tipper, the vehicle slipping, usually you have a tripod provided so that the vehicle doesn't slide back. Now those things were missing, or they were permanently mounted on the tipper without easy access or usability. Now, with this, probably I think I would be completing my part of the general aspects of energy mass balance, and request Iyer sir to just take over from here. Iyer sir. Iyer sir. Hello.
Sir, you can call him. In this presentation, actually, I missed. I am very much thankful for the Mallikarjun sir. We have missed. Sorry, sir. We have missed your brief CV giving to our audience. He is a Mallikarjun Kambalgal, and he is actually energy conservation auditor, and he is IRCA approved ISO 50001 certified lead auditor, BAFA Germany energy consultants approved auditor, and he is a quality assurance quality control auditor also, and he does energy efficiency construction management also. We are very much thankful to you, sir, and it is a very excellent presentation, and you have given a different knowledge to us, and this is a wake up PPT for on energy for everybody. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
And now presentation.
Iyer sir, for
Yeah,
you to
yeah.
take over, please.
Yeah. I'm taking over.
Are Iyer sir?
Yeah. Now.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Now I am. Now we have got a very, very illustrative lecture from Mr. Mallikarjun. See, I am really proud to be here associated with this because I am also a life member of the Mining Engineers Association, long-term member. Then I am also president of the IAEMP. So this is a proud moment for me. I also know about IAEA, this one Indian, this one ASHRAE, who can give, we can associate ourselves with for ensuring our air quality. So now my mission is to bring the mining scenario. In what way we can bring down our energy consumption. So we have heard from the present president as well as Mr. Mallikarjun certain terminologies. What is the productivity, cost reduction? So these are the profit. I am talking about profitability. In overall sum up of all these, how can improve the profitability of the mines by improving our efficiency? So I have got this slide is not in my control, so I request you, whoever operating it, to this one. These are my qualifications, everything. So I have opportunity to work in many mines in India, including gold, lignite, then underground, open cast, then iron ore, limestone, chromite, name a few. So I had also opportunity to visit the mines and conduct energy audits, both electrical as well as fuel audits. So I will share some of the experiences, and there are many opportunities are there in the mining field, whether it is underground, open cast, whether it is whichever irrespective of this. So because each and every activity, there is a potential for improvement. Ultimately, now you see, in open cast mines, you see 90% of the energy consumed is fuel as well as lubricants. I included lubricants with a purpose, and in the case of open cast mines, in electrical energy is only 10%. But please go back. See this again, electrical energy is for the mining operation. I'm telling. When you include your operation of this process plant, ore process plant, crusher, everything, that's a different scenario. So you'll be adding all this. Then it will be further extending because that's also part of the mining operations, all ore handling also. And in the case of underground mines, electrical energy 90%, HS diesel oil 10%. These are the general things. But then nowadays in underground mines also diesel equipments are being taken. You must be knowing about declines, operation of declines. where the entire truck is taken inside, excavator is taken inside, all diesel operated. That's a specific case. We are only trying to discuss general aspects, not on a case-to-case basis. We have done some energy audits that also I will share it to you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. See, these are the generalization, operation of this one. See, we can bring down energy saving in almost all operations. 30%, 25% diesel, almost same thing. Okay, since no cost measure of improving operational efficiency is schedule, ensure no idle running of equipments. If you go to any mines for that matter, we can see the equipments running, the excavator is running, dumper is running, any equipments will be simply running. So there's no question of running, putting off and putting on. Operator may have his own complaint. He will say there is a starting trouble, the battery weak. So it is our management is to ensure that this starting trouble will not be there, and that is to ensure that this is so that the net effect of the consumption per ton of what we produce is brought down tremendously. And once we come to know, I have a real estimate, we will have to conduct an audit, again, survey. How many idle equipments are there? And this is applicable to the plant also. Idle running of plants, okay, and the idle run of belt conveyors. These are things which we come across. We don't take it seriously. But energy auditor will go into all the details to say that these particular things are all, if you bring it down, you can bring down consumption by 5 to 10% and sometimes 20% also, depending upon the inefficiency in which a mine operates. Plan and ensure avoidable idle travel of equipments. Similarly, traveling equipments for diesel filling, for even lunch, that means tea times, operator used to take to the canteen. These are all things we used to see. Reduce cycle time. So cycle time is a very, very important. You see, starting from loading and hauling, that is travel, and the dumping and coming back. Now we have seen the road conditions. In such a road condition, the cycle time will be much more than required, and you will be engaging more and more dumpers, more and more hauling equipments, which is unproductive. So what is the solution? The travel time, if it is going to be more, that could be due to hard road conditions. Hard road condition is, you have to see that road maintenance properly, and road maintenance is not a big job. It is not a rocket science. So see, the primary things has to be done: how to consolidate the road surfaces, how to make a camber, caster, how is to have a super elevation of the road surfaces. These are normal things which you have to see that a road is consolidated, and give, of course, this one, that is, we have seen the road condition where it is there is no drains. If you provide a camber, the rainwater or even the water which is used for sprinkling is finally finds a place towards side drains. So drainage is one important thing. There is no drain was provided in whatever that Mallikarjun has shown the slides. So optimize equipment utilization. Now what we do is our optimized equipment utilization is very, very low. Most of the audits which I have conducted, I found that audit utilization is less, availability is less. Availability is less because of lack of proper maintenance. Utilization is less because there is no proper utilization of the equipment due to operational misdeeds. In fact, we have got over capacity. Most of the mines have got over capacity. If I need a 10 dumpers for my operational requirement, I ask for 20 dumpers, because at least to play safe. So tomorrow I should face the management. I should not say that lack of equipment, my production is suffering. So always we see to it that our capacity requirement is more than what is necessary. So material handling and rehandling is another area which are very much there in most of the mines. We take the material in a dumper, unload it somewhere, Then we require a payloader, wheel loader to come there and rehandle the material. Again, dump it into another. This is mostly happening in crushers. You can see number of this one. Everything I will be able to explain much more in detail when I discuss about the case studies. So rehandling and rehandling. So that is happening. Each rehandling is costly. Unnecessarily waste of fuel, waste of manpower, waste of equipments. So these are the areas which we have to, the operational management has to be very, very careful about. And monsoon program, pre-monsoon programs to meet the monsoon. See, we have seen the road condition. So there is no proper arrangement for facing the monsoon is taken care of. So that is the reason why the roads which you are seeing in such a shabby conditions. If that particular drainage, everything is taken care of, and proper moram, everything is this one, everything, water surfacing of the roads is taken care of, these particular things could have been avoided. And perhaps, of course, during the monsoon season, generally the productivity comes down, but not to that extent. You prepare in such a way that it will be able to carry out the day-to-day activities in the same way as we used to do during the non-monsoon period. So crusher and optimize cycle time. See, crusher and loader, another thing. See, crusher is getting the material from the from the face. So there, a face loader is there. They are loading the equipment, and the dumper is going and unloading the material. For that, crusher is started in advance, waiting for the material to arrive. And there may be a crusher hopper there, maybe 5 times or 6 times capacity of a loader. But then we don't want to wait for this one. So we see that the crusher is started much in advance, or it is continuously running for all through the 8-hour shift. So that is how we are doing it. So what happens? So much of wastage of fuel, wastage of electrical energy. Then the same way, the cycle time with the loading machine also same thing. Loading machine also keeps on working, because we don't want to take any we don't want to take any chances that there is an operational delay. But then if it is properly coordinated, this type of delay, this type of can be avoided, and unnecessarily unwanted fuel consumption, electricity consumption can be reduced. So, but then again, there's a problem of fragmentation in the case of a blasting operation. So the proper fragmentation required for increasing the loading efficiency. So, so now the order of the day is to use high capacity equipment for better productivity. Yes, instead of a 20-ton dumper, now we are going for 40-ton dumper. 35-ton dumper means we are using 80-ton dumper. It is one way good, but then there also you have to improve the operational efficiency. So when an energy auditor happens to see all these operations, he notes all these points, and everywhere it is there, he has to quantify the losses and put in terms of money. That means finance. What is the financial loss? So that will be projected in our final report and the recommendations. There, I may agree, you may not agree, because our idle time is not so much. You may argue. I may say that when I visited, this was the case. So this type of problems may arise. But then one thing is certain: there is a loss. There may be a dispute regarding the quantum of loss, but that is very important, that you are not investing anything. You are only using the existing manpower, train them, giving them proper training, create awareness program to see that this type of operational delay will involve money, involve loss. So these are the areas where we have to focus our attention in the operation. Next slide, sir. Next slide, please. Next one. Next slide. I cannot control my slide, I think. Is there any method of controlling my slides? Maintenance of equipment. That is the equipment maintenance. Now, equipment starts with oil. Procurement of oil, where from we are getting storage, dispensing, utilization, waste, then proper accounting systems. So oil companies are given several guidelines. Try to follow these oil dispensing of equipments with diesel bowsers. These are most of the cases. It is not absent in some of the most of the mines where the dumpers will have to come there to the Bowser, oil tank, where the stationary oil tanker is there. There they collect this and going back. Unnecessary waste of time. So oil dispensing to equipments who are at the site is a solution which is all being done in big mines, established mines. So that too, the second thing is mobile maintenance equipment. Mobile maintenance with all the gadgets for carrying out local, that is in situ maintenance is also being used in one of the most of the mines, where unnecessarily the equipment has to be taken to the garage. Then oil leakages. It's a very, very frequent phenomenon we are seeing. That is, fuel leakages are very common. Most of the small equipments, service equipments, like water tankers, like diesel tankers, all this, most of this you can see the leakages profuse. You see, we cannot see. The thing is, depending upon this one, we think that okay, there's no time for because already our garage people are busy. They cannot attend all these small things. So fill up, top up the oil, and keep the show running. So this is the attitude. But then every oil leakages, one drop of oil, one drop of diesel oil means it may be 4,000 liters, 5,000 liters per year, depending upon the aperture, depending upon the leakage where the joint leakages, depending upon that it is there. But then these are the areas where you can save, and we have to quantify. When an auditor goes there, I will make an assessment. What is the solution is carry out a leakage survey. These are the things which you can do from the site itself. So then the predictive maintenance aspect based on condition-based monitoring. So this is the picking up area which already been so many mines it has already been introduced, so that before a breakdown we identify the areas where something preventive maintenance is much more several steps ahead of preventive maintenance. So here, based on the vibration, temperature, so many sensor indications, so we predict that the maintenance is the breakdown is likely to happen, and we take precautions how to do that so that breakdown, unbending breakdown, is averted. So this is being the CBM. This is also gaining popularity. Then nowadays lube oil analysis is being done. Lube oil changing is only after testing engine oil. What is the requirement of lube oil changing? Because the viscosity and all these parameters has to be satisfied. The biggest impediment for this is the manufacturer. Manufacturer will stand in the way because he has given 300, 400 hours every time. Hours you have to change the oil. So we judiciously do that, carry out that work. But it's the waste oil, what is actually can be used again. So we have to first find out a oil analysis, in situ oil analysis, see that whether it is viscosity is conforming to normal, so that 400 hours can be increased to 500 hours or 600 hours. So it is quite possible. So so then again, the lube oil performance, that is lube oil consumption, has got a relativity, that is relative proportions with the total diesel consumption. So as a thumb rule, it should be less than 1.5%. 1% is very good. So if it is more than 1.5%, that means the equipment health is defective. So we have to find out what is the problem with the equipment, whether the engine is okay, the entire performance of the equipment is okay. There is an indication. So can you just raise the slide, sir? Can you raise the slide? Yeah. Well, it is gone. Entire because something is yeah. So these are the main things which is to be on the maintenance front. Or then all the waste oil can be utilized. See, the waste oil, lube oil, except perhaps lube oil, which requires is operating on high temperatures. See, the lube oil of gear oil, hydraulic oil, they are running on normal temperatures. So it can be it can be recycled back by carrying out centrifugal filtration. So these are the simple devices which you can install in your own mines, and all these can be recycled. If you are still require some confidence, you can have the oil analysis done in situ, and you can see whether it is conforming to the threshold value. Yes, sir. Next slide. Nitrogen filling. This is catching up. This nitrogen filling has got a lot of advantages when we are in place of our atmospheric air. Of course, atmospheric air also contains nitrogen, is there, much more proportion, but that particular, there is a presence of oxygen. So the oxygen creates a problem. The oxygen's molecules are different, nitrogen molecules are bigger. So these are things. Nitrogen filling in OTH tires. So 3 to 6% of improvement in fuel efficiency, and it has got 3 times the service life. So all these things are put together. So it is better to use the nitrogen filling in the same tire. Tire can be, say, you need a OTR tire of the highway tires. you can have the same thing. Instead of air, atmospheric air, you are only filling it up with nitrogen. That's only change. Yes, sir. Next, see, the thing is improved tire life, improved tire endurance, better fuel consumption, and improved running stability. So next slide.
Yes, sir.
So now this is actually real experience of Mr. Mallikarjun, who is using nitrogen in his car. So you will be able to explain better. Okay, because he has experienced it himself. So this is his own car. Mr. Mallikarjun, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, friends, if you can see here on the top left corner, this is a Tata Indica operated by my friend. This tire, you can see the condition of the tire here. It has run 44,175 kilometers. And at the bottom on the left side, this is my own car, WagonR, which I often use traveling to I must have traveled to certain mines. It has done a certain number of stone quarries and all rough roads. Still at the end of 50,013 kilometers, this is the condition of the tire. And right from day one, I have been inflating this tire with nitrogen gas. Now, if you can see, if this is the condition of the tire by using nitrogen gas, first thing is I have basically increased this usage cycle time of the tire. It's almost double the life. If this has done 44,000 kilometers, and if this is the condition of the tire after 50,000 kilometers, you can understand that I'm still quite comfortable going ahead with another 30, 35 or 40,000 kilometers under this with nitrogen gas. So as good as, at least if not twice the haulage, you can say at least 1.5 times I have delayed usage of new tires, replacing my tires. And just as sir said, yes, the fuel savings and the periodicity of topping up or increasing the building up the tire pressure is also once in a month or once in 2 months. Now, by me doing this, how do we calculate? In fact, I mentioned earlier about carbon footprint, because ultimately, as energy auditor, I always narrow down to carbon footprint whenever we work on energy savings. By me reducing or increasing my tire life, I have almost cut down 225 kgs of CO2 over every 1,200 or 1,500 kilometers of air distance. When I say air distance, basically line point to point, straight distance. So you can easily say around 1.2 times this. And of course, the benefits, just as sir said, yes, we do have a good amount of fuel savings. But what I see here is if a car can give us 17 kgs of carbon footprint, I mean, I would call this as handprint. By me using nitrogen, inflating my car with nitrogen gas, my carbon handprint is contributing 17 kgs. If I had not used nitrogen gas, then my carbon footprint would be minus by 17 kgs for every set of car tires. Yes, sir. I think in brief, I have anyway. This details are available in the slide. You would be able to go through. Yes, sir.
Sir. Sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, from this it's very clear that if in a car this much is possible, then why not in a dumpers, that is 80-ton, 100-ton dumpers or 50-ton dumpers and a fleet of dumpers? So how much is the saving potential? You can imagine yourself. And naturally, as a energy auditor, I will put all these things in in my recommendation report and project a figure, payback period. We call it payback period. So if I invest so much of amount, the payback period, wherever I given a energy audit for recommendation, most of my recommendations have got a period of payback period of less than 1 year or even 3 months, 1 month. So these are the earth moving machinery audit done in Jharkhand collieries, CIL. So it was I was deputed by PCRA for carrying out the audit. So I will just give the recommendations of the next slides. Next slide, sir. Next slide, please. So recommendations based on next. You're gone ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, I'm there now. Recommendation based on time study.
Yeah, recommendation based on time study. So underscoring the need of improving efficiency by improving working phase, haulage, working phase already we have discussed, haulage road, dump management, grading, haulage road. Grading means we have got most of the mines are expected to have a motor grader, that is called a road grader. That road grader got the advantage that it has not only leveling the road, you can create a camber, you can create a caster, you can give the this one, you can have a drain also made out of that. So you don't require a manpower to do that. With a single motor grader, you can do all this. So it is advisable to use a motor grader before the shift, in between the shift, as well as after the shift. Provide the road minimum with 25 meters road width for 85-ton dumpers. Okay, and 20 meters for a 35-ton dumpers. So depending on the capacity, your road width is also increasing. So better camp, of course, then it should be a one-way traffic. Better camber is only a curved road. You see, it is not flat road. There is a camber there. There is your middle portion is always slightly higher than the sides. So minimum 2 meters turning radius. That's again depending on the 2 meter radius minimum. Adjusting the gradient again. So our mining law says 1:10, 1:15, 1:20. So these are all already laid down. 1:15 is as per the mining rules. Now, better dump management without delay in unloading. This is an area where we are coming across a lot of delay. So dump management again, you are using a dedicated dozer there to dose the material down below, okay, and level the grade, and better water management. Better management is very important because again this created making the road slippery. And water management with the water sprinkler during the summer. Okay, next sir. Ill-maintained hard roads and waiting time. See, these are the where the dumpers are placed. You see the condition of the roads. So how can you see a productivity achieved from this type of roads? So this is also replica of what Mr. Mallikarjun sir has showed it. Okay, next. So financial proposal based on energy cost savings potentials. So these are the proposals one after another. Let us analyze them. Yes, sir. Arresting leakages. So I took a detailed survey because I stayed about 2-3 days only to study leakages. And each of the equipments are also there in my detailed report. It is given. These are leakages and HVMs and LMVs, light motor vehicles. See, in those days, when I carried out the audit long back, it was 38 rupees per liter. So now this particular leakage is continuing. You can see now it is 80 rupees per liter. So you can multiply this with the figure and see that what is the loss. So this is, you can denote gear oil, again HP gear oil. Again HP gear oil is, see, this is also leakages. Leakages are happening because it is not only the fuel oil, that is diesel, it is the gear oil also leaking. Then haul road grading. So these are the pressure of BEML warranty. Another area. See, BEML, Bharat Earth Movers Limited, has got an 85-ton numbers, and that was replaced. That means the Komatsu engine. That Komatsu engine was till then, it was supplied by the original Japanese manufacturer. Then when the audit was being conducted, at that time the BML equipment was running with a locally manufactured, that is in Kolar Goldfields, Kolar, that is locally manufactured Komatsu engine. But then fuel consumption has come down. So as an energy auditor, I am not bothered whether it is a Japanese equipment or a local manufacturer. And it is a BML has to see that the particular fuel efficiency is maintained. And whatever that things has to be done by them should be rectified before the warranty period. And that is what I have to highlight to the customer. The customer is CIL. So CIL has to pursue the matter with BML to see that this particular, that naturally I have to bring these particular things in my energy audit report, because I am taking my waste of time, using my time to collect all data. See, by data, data analysis, Mr. Valigarjan has already told that. All the mines have got a lot of data, but how much data we are utilizing? So as an energy auditor, I will go to odd data and data analytics. He is an energy auditor, is a specialist in carrying out data analysis and give recommendations, bring it to the cost benefits, and bring it to the notice of the customer. So total fuel saving is there, done 448 lakhs. These are things. This one without doing anything, no investment. No investment. You can argue with the figures. I can give the 50 crores. You can say that no, 50 crores is not possible. Yes, then what is possible? So bring down the figure. Something is possible. So that is what is required. Next slide, sir. Wherever, sir. So again, replace blast hole drills. See, I have seen blast hole drills. That TC bit, tungsten carbide bit, was blunt, and they were operating simply like that. So then I see the drilling speed, and I calculated, asked them to bring another new bit. So then found that the productivity increases. Then I have to put that also in the this one, and I also suggested how to sharpen a TC bit. So for that, requirements are required, and periodically sharpen the bit, and at some point of time change the bit. So this fetches you so much of. Then Cummins engine for a 35-ton dumpers. See, NT, that is natural, that is naturally aspirated plus turbocharger. So this turbocharger I can move to NTA, that is after cooler. Provide an after cooler. By that your fuel consumption is reduced. This particular this particular modification will be done by Cummins, and you have to pay for an amount for that. That is also investment. I wrote it, and for that 3 months, within 3 months you will get back the money. That's called payback period. Under exchange program, 2 lakhs per engine. So the details are also I collected from the Cummins. I put it correctly. Then fuel filtering tea time. So all the dumpers used to go to for tea time also. They used to come from the bottom of the pit. They used to go climb up at the surface. There is a canteen is there, as well as they have to naturally take into consideration all these things and bring it to the knowledge of the management. So instead of that, provide mobile carrier canteen, then mobile oil dispensing equipments, Bowser. So next sir. Next sir. So replace with fuel efficient engine. So these are the Cummins NT series, replace with NTA. Next sir. Yes, sir. Next slide. Payback period is 4 months. So overall, 202 crores with investment of only 13.3 crores. And the total expenditure in those days was 700 crores. So out of 700 crores, so you are saving 220 crores per year by investing 13.3. So with all the substantiating the investment, so everything is only, there is no high capital. We do not. I did not want to replace the equipments with a more fuel efficient equipment, because no more fuel efficient equipments have started coming. But then you have to keep the show running with the existing equipments, and we have to do the proper modification, maintenance, operation, etc., so that we can derive the maximum advantage of the equipments. Okay, next sir. Next slide, sir. Malikarjun sir. Malikarjun sir, please, next. So this is another bauxite mine audit. Again, so here also supply of diesel, the problem was there. Okay. Then there also the lube oil problem was there, filtration. So lube oil filtration purification system has been suggested, and bringing down the lube oil HSD from 2%, it was 2% there, and brought it down to 1%. So what will be saving potential? Then again, nitrogen filling of tires. So whatever that we have explained earlier, then that's all documented. Then introducing a night shift and direct feeding to the cow. So in the night shift it was not working. So if you introduce a night shift, that you can bring it because the crusher operation can be operational efficiency can be improved if you work in the night shift. That is based on some studies I could find out. But then there's a problem. You see, most of the crushers I visited is all underloaded. Mr. Malikarjun was telling that it is overloaded, but then my experience is different. My experience is most of the things is working on 40% efficiency, 40% capacity utilization. Most of the belt conveyors are working on 80% capacity utilization, and there is a serious omission there. Whether 3 shifts are working required, the same work can be done by 2 shifts. If you are working with 2 shifts, the same work can be done by 1 shift. So by that you will be having terrible savings, mind-boggling savings you will have. So now recycling stockpile bauxite. Now that's another area we have talked about. This one, that is the stockpile bauxite. That is we have recycling means that is loading, reloading. So we have already discussed about that. There's unnecessary expense, unnecessary including a payloader. Doing this one is unwanted things. So that we discussed, and then drilling and blasting is being replaced by ripping and dosing. So the bauxite layers are so soft, so that it does not require drilling and blasting. So we have reduced it. So that particular area has been there's productivity is also high, because unnecessarily no waiting time, drilling one time, then waiting, bringing the blasting, charging the holes, do the blasting, remove all the equipments from there. Okay, there's a lot of idle time, lot of unnecessary stoppages of whatever 2 hours. Now in this type of the dripping and dosing, it doesn't require. Once you repeat side by side, ripping and dosing going on. Yes, sir. So the proposals, annual savings is about 30% savings, all put together. 30% savings. Okay, next. So total saving per annum. So all these are documented. Okay, next.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that's
yeah.
Yeah.
One of the audits I did it. There's a good experience with that also I will say. So I had to do a second audit on the same mines. The mines is also perhaps is one of the diamond mines in entire Asia. So there the first audit I made maybe in 2003 to 2012 or so. Then afterwards they gave some suggestions. Electrical audit, it was an electrical audit. Then I told the electrical man was there, these are the things you can do very easily. See, for instance, voltage adjustment from 460 to 420. Then certain things about power factor, I told them. Then, so next 3 years afterwards, I had the occasion to visit the same mines. The gentleman was glowing. The gentleman was the same gentleman. He was a senior manager. He was promoted as a general manager. So he was very, very happy. Sir, I implemented whatever you are told. And I showed it to the management that these are the saving potentials. So I got elevated. Next portion. Okay, that's the one thing. That's a happy note.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's all. Any questions? I look forward for questions from our learned audience.
I'll just sum up this presentation now.
Yeah.
Sir, see, we did say that we'll be touching upon the air quality. That would be, since it has got a lot of intricacies, I intentionally omitted those presentations because considering the present conditions, COVID-19, where everybody is slightly scared about, there is a separate webinar where we would be touching upon quality air circulation in healthcare center. Of course, it does say healthcare center, but actually it is the area where we operate. So caption is Know My Workspace Environment. So we will be touching upon this. Request everybody to just do register whenever this thing comes up. It is also being done in association with Ashray Chandigarh and Ishray. I request the Mining Engineers Association also to join us so that you people are well protected by having this quality air circulation in the plant, in your offices as well. Subsequent to this, there are a good number of the energy related specialized topics where we talk about compressor alone, air distribution system, motors, and even the V-belt. In fact, I would like to touch upon V-belt here for all the energy, even the mining engineers. V-belt, although it comes under the regular maintenance contract of the equipment supplier, I think it is an added cost for you in terms of productivity. For the same V-belt, you could probably get better yield within the given time and within the given energy consumption, which obviously falls under your scope of supply. So we have a separate dedicated webinar focusing only on V-belts. And of course, the police related to that. So with this, I think we would be summing up and then opening out ourselves to all the queries that you have in mind till now. Sir, it is all to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, I have to thank G. Harihara sir for giving the micro level identification of cost saving at mine. And also with facts, whatever he has given is very useful to present generation of the people. I think we have to appreciate Harihara sir, whatever he has given. Thank you very much, sir. And now we will go for the question and clarifications. And we'll take most probably maximum of 3-4 questions from audience. And balanced people, they can give a chart during this question and we'll read out. Anybody can raise their, they can unmute and they can ask question. Sir, one question is there to Mallikarjun sir.
Yes, sir.
E-certificates are providing or not?
Sir, I think you as organizers of the event.
Okay, that we will think, that we will provide also, not an issue. And one more thing, one question was there for Mallikarjun sir. Nitrogen filling stations are not ordinarily available. How to fill it, sir?
Sir, okay, it's quite commonly asked question. See, today's scenario, you will often find nitrogen vending machines at various places. Whoever is replacing the tires are now equipped with nitrogen replacement. Now, this is with respect to stray requirements. But considering the iron ore mine applications, because I gave that because I had a reddish information, and the tabulation was made way back in 2012 for my Wagoner, which I disposed of subsequently. But important part is, if the mining operations, the haulage trucks and other things, if they can be inflated with nitrogen gas, the amount of energy savings, amount of fuel savings, the amount of need for compressed air requirements, and the energy savings thereon would be well thing. And if investment of around 10 lakhs for generation of nitrogen inside the mining plant should probably not be a difficult task, or should not be an impossibility, because considering the amount of energy savings, a nitrogen generating plant of around costing somewhere around 10 to 15 lakhs should be an affordable measure, or a very, very low cost measure.
Can I supplement? Can I
For a spray
supplement?
requirement, yes, you have too many vendors now readily available. Yes, when you get deflated, you may have to inflate with a normal air, go back to the station, and again inflate with nitrogen gas. That should cost you somewhere around 20 rupees. Should not be a major cause of concern. Yes, sir.
Sir, I will supplement it. You see, this can be incorporated in your own mines. You see, this is available. That is there. Contractors are supplying it now. There are, in my audit report, I given about 3, 4, half a dozen agencies who supply these particular equipments. So you can have a dedicated this nitrogen filling station there. They manufacture nitrogen, they fill it. Okay. So that's it. Then next is the question, sir.
Sir, next question, one Krishnudu is asking, what is the scale or size of the mine advised to go for the energy audit?
Sir, the size of the mine is any mine which is consuming any energy by electrical or fuel is eligible. Starting, see, home, we call it home energy audit. The energy audit is starting from your own home. Like that, even a smallest mine to the biggest mine, it is possible. Nowadays, we are talking about small mines. We are not talking about small mines. Are another area which your mining engineers association is giving a lot of importance. Small mines. So small mines, how they are operating, small operators. So everywhere there is even it's a manual working also, there must be equipments are being used. They are also using electricity. They are also using fuel. There also it is possible to introduce fuel saving measures. Even in our cars, you can introduce it. So like that, wherever equipments are used, we can introduce energy saving measures by carrying your energy audit, as well as you are equipping yourself with the necessary resources, knowledges. You can do it yourself also.
Sir, to substantiate this, what I would say.
Hello.
Sir, 1 minute. I'll just come.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, 1 minute.
Anna Madana.
Hello. Sir, to add to
Hello.
what Sir said, see, in one of the remotely placed iron ore mine, probably I would not like to mention it, but you will be able to judge. When I say remotely placed iron ore mine, they were operating with one number of 250 kVA generator, two 500 kVA generators. Totally 3 generators were being used, and I was asked to recommend 1000 kVA generator because the generators are mostly, the control system was tripping because of overload. So when we did the energy audit, we said, sir, we found that the actual load in the mine was only requiring 750 kVA generator. So when we did the entire exercise of stabilizing the loading conditions, we finally suggested that one 500 kVA generator can be sent back to stockyard instead of buying a 1000 kVA generator. Ultimately, the management decided to send one 250 kVA, the only one, the 250 kVA generator back to storage, just saving around 20 liters per hour. That means around, they were operating on 2 shifts. So somewhere around 400 to 500 liters of diesel was saved per day. And it's a very, very small. When we say about the diesel generator size, probably you will judge how big the generator, I mean, the mining operation was. So even those smaller mining can benefit out of it.
Thank you, sir. And sir, Deepak Vidyarthi sir, please.
Hello. Yes, Madhusudanji. First of all, I would like to compliment both the speakers for the excellent presentations they have made. Now, Mr. Mallikarjan did mention that he didn't touch upon ventilation because majority of the people are from open cast. I do agree. I have a question about ventilation only. Having worked in Kola gold mines, you know, we had huge big ventilation capacity of 175,000 cubic feet of air circulation per minute. Such big was the fan on the surface, and it was supplying, it was having cooling by 1,000-ton refrigeration plant. Now, have you done any kind of study or EMB for ventilation? Because I know there are plenty of issues in mine ventilation where the energy can have a fantastic drop. We used to have surface ventilators, we used to have underground ventilators, and we also used to have the spot coolers. Despite all that, the comfort conditions of the face were not really good. Could you throw some lights on the energy, on the EMB for ventilation?
Sir, what is the type of refrigeration that is being used right now? I mean, the air conditioning.
No, right now the mines are closed, but it was a 1,000 tons refrigeration plant, mainly by ammonia. That was the kind of plant that we had. But more important question that I had in mind was about the energy efficiency on the air circulation, because the air circulation was so huge. As I said, 175,000 cubic feet of air per minute used to be circulated from surface. So if you have done any kind of studies on ventilation,
Sir, okay.
somewhere, I like to be.
Before I request Iyer sir to answer your question, my one small query is, was it compressor based vapor compression method?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. See, what I basically see, if I'm not wrong, you also mentioned about the quality of the air.
Yeah.
Inside
I mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, sir. See here, one problem is when you use vapor compression method, you recirculate the air in the plant.
Yeah.
So when you recirculate, most probably my thing is, obviously, if you have an issue, it is because fresh air intake is not being done appropriately. Maybe it is not meeting your requirement of oxygen presence requirement. The concentration of CO2 level goes up when you do not supplement the air circulation with a fresh air intake. So that is basically the problem. But however, energy conservation efficiency measures in such issues can be made only after doing a thorough energy audit and evaluating the AHUs.
Sir, one more question.
This is what exactly I had in mind.
Wait a moment.
We were operating those mines at a depth of 3.2 kilometers, 3.219 meters precisely. And therefore, there used to be very heavy leakages of air because we had the main downcast shaft and upcast shaft, in between crossings and ventilation crossings. So through that, a lot of leakages, and that's why there used to be a drop in the air reaching the face. So my question was that if you have done this kind of EMB for any underground mine on the ventilation particularly, I was interested in knowing that.
Sir,
mainly about the quantity of air drop, quality was fine. We are maintaining by 3 different type of refrigeration system. So quality was, of course, the temperature was so high underground at 3.2 kilometers depth that it was extremely difficult. But still, the quantity part I was mainly concerned about, because there are leakages at every point, at every junction, at every crossing. So EMB have you carried out in such places?
Shall I intervene, sir? Shall I intervene as an underground mine also? See, in underground mines, the ventilation system is totally different. You see, there are coal mines are there. underground KGF is a typical mine situation where ventilation plays a major role. Now, how the air blower, it cannot be a compressor, it can be a blower. So the blower, how much?
It was a ventilation fan. It was not a compressor. It was a ventilation fan.
You are right.
As I mentioned, the capacity was 1,75,000 cubic feet per minute. It was a huge big fan with a big vessy.
I will
putting into down the shaft.
Sir, I understood your point. I am a mining engineer, underground mining also I know. Okay. So, see, the thing is, you start with the ventilation fan. How much is it? Then you are telling about leakages. Where the leakages are there, then you have to block them. Block the leakage where it is there. Where maybe it is going to the underground low area. That is where there are no activities going on. It has to be properly directed. There's an operational point. Wherever their blockage is there. Number 2, wherever there is going to be this one, the supply is slow, particular beyond the less than the whatever that airflow is required. Then have a booster. You should have a booster fan. So you have to identify the area where all these leakages are ruled out. Then where the booster fan has to be incorporated, because you take it 3 kilometers down below, which what one fan in the surface may not be capable of doing it. So that is the second point. Third point is the refrigeration part of it. Refrigeration is another ball game. You see, refrigeration is, you must be having your refrigeration due to refrigeration. How the refrigerator works? What type of water is being used? Is it using the same water, underground water? It is a water cooled system. So these are the things you have to analyze. Water cooled system, is it being utilized there? What type of water? Is it treated water? So all these things has to be analyzed. That's a maintenance problem will be there. So which are getting corroded, all your water lines. Second thing is now coal mines. Some of the coal mines, underground coal mines, it is mandatory that they should have the refrigeration done. That is cooling. Air could be cooled, and there should not be dust-free atmosphere. Only then the continuous miner can work within the underground mines. So there we have to analyze so many things. A detailed study has to be done. Not by.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Hari, sir.
Yeah.
I think one more question we will take. One CHK Rao. Benchmark for the compressor air CFM per meter or blast hole or KWH meter blast drill. He is asking a benchmark for the CFM per meter of the blast drill.
Sir, when you talk about drilling machine, is it compressor driven or it is partially hydraulic driven? Because your compressor is one thing, it is only blowing air. And what about the rotation? What about that is giving pressure? I've got a pressure that is hydraulic cylinder to bring down the give load to the drilling shaft, drilling pipe. So these are the things. So you cannot have a benchmark based on simply on compressed air. Compressed air is only cutting, removing the cuttings. Compressor is only meant for removing the cutting. The moment the compressor air is also for revolution of the drilling rod, that's a complication there. Then there should be different benchmarks. Whether it is compressor driven with the compressor driven is gone now. Nowadays all hydraulic drives. With only one, that is compressor air for removing the drilling. That's number 1. Number 2, what about the drill bit we are talking about? Is your drill bit properly sharpened from time to time? So these are all the issues has to be analyzed before fixing a benchmark. And what about the strata condition? The strata in bauxite mine, strata in iron ore mines, different strata conditions are there, where you are passing through BHQ, banded hematite quartzite. How will you fix a benchmark?
Yeah, we can understand whatever your. Sir, one more question. What is the measure of energy audit performance? Is it dependable based on scale of operations?
Sir, see, like I said earlier, scale of operation has got nothing to do. Every small bit of energy that is saved, if it can give you RO, return on investment, anywhere between 3 to 6 months, I think getting an energy audit done is worth it.
Sir, I will try to supplement, rather complement. You see,
Hello.
I will try to add on the point. Most of the points which I given is you can do it yourself. So these are the points only where energy audit comes and point out. These are the areas where you have to improve your performance. If you improve the performance efficiency by carrying out all these operations, everything cycle, reducing cycle time, one area, then arresting leakages, another area, reducing idle time, another area. These are things can be quantified. So then based on that, you will get the result yourself, can be done. It does not require an energy audit. If I come and do everything, I will find out all these things. There will be complication, but because mine is a mine. Mine, what is the problem with the mines with other industries? Mining people consider you are too much possessive about their mines. That's why they call it mine. This is mine, M-I-N-E. So they don't accept if somebody else comes and says, my mine has got a problem. Mine, as far as I am concerned, my mine is the best run mine. Okay, I don't want anybody.
Hello.
Thank
Hello.
you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think we'll close this question and clarifications. And thank you very much for your both presentations. Now we'll go for the vote of thanks by our Secretary SHM Mallikarjuna. Mallikarjuna.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you all. Thank you all, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This is the not, sir. This is the last but not the least. It is my privilege to say the vote of thanks. Thanks to speakers for this beautiful knowledge sharing seminar, Mr. Mallikarjun sir and Mr. Hariharas Iyer sir. In spite of their busy schedule, they accepted our request and made this webinar in a very good grand success. And my special thanks to Masudan sir, VP, Vice President 1, Mining Engineers Association, and Mr. Sri Prabhakar Reddy sir, Chairman of Mining Engineers Association, Bellary Hospital chapter, who we have organized this knowledge sharing webinar in a good manner and grand success. My special thanks to Narsaya sir, Medha Venkataya sir, Deepak Vidyarthi sir, and other senior officials for witnessed this webinar. And my special thanks to Tejeshwaran and Mr. Prasad Teli sir for they are the handling this webinar in a good manner and make this system grand success. Thank you, sir. For from Mining Engineers Association, Bellary Hospital chapter, and from my side, and also special thanks to Chandigarh chapter and all Bellary Hospital chapters members and Indian Association of Energy Management Professionals. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We'll close this session, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Masudan. Well organized.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you, Prabhakar Reddy garu. Very nicely organized. Good one. Very informative.
Thanks very much, Mr. Prabhakar Reddy, Mr. Madhusudan. Good webinar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, one and all.
Hello, Prabhakar Reddy garu. Hello. హలో తేజేశ్వరన్ తేజేశ్వరన్ ఉన్నాడా కొంచెం లైన్ లోకి రమ్మనండి
తేజేశ్వరన్ సార్ మధు సార్ మధు సార్
probably okay
left
I think he has left
yes sir tell me sir what you have to say
ఏం లే అదే మన వెబ్సైట్ గురించి ఏం చేస్తున్నాడో జస్ట్ ఐ వాంట్ టు టేక్ ఎ బ్రీఫ్ ఫ్రమ్ హిమ్ బికాజ్ వీ హావ్ గివెన్ హిమ్ some work to do, website updation and this thing. So I want to know because it's an opportunity. Anyway, I have come here. So from you, what he is doing there. Whether there is any, if you are having any problem, then I would like to help you about.
Okay, sir. I will discuss with him, sir.
Okay. Nicely organized.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very nice. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Naveen. Okay, right.
Kamal, Ajay,
Conference it's okay. Today I will pray with Rajeshwari. Tomorrow we will have that.
He is joining Rajeshwari, yeah?
Wife and Mama will pray to that.
So now in the mobile remote, the complete down actually. Charge list. I'll. Tuni matre में दा वाला निपार TV पार. ಲೈಟ್ ಇದ್ದದ ಏನೋ ಒಳಪೋರಾಗಣ ಇದೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಆನ್ பண்ணிக்கோ நோ நோ பாத்ரூம் போயிட்டு வரேன்
சீக்கிரம் போயிட்டாரு அவர் காட்டுல வாக் பண்ணாரு பண்ணிட்டு யார் இதை தனியா இருந்தாரு அவர் ஒரு 3 ரவுண்ட் அடிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டாரு அவர் படிக்காங்க அந்த கிச்சன்ல அந்த இது வேற காடிங்க ஃபேன் போட்டுங்களா இது தொடச்சிட்டு அது காயிடுச்சு அது எப்படி இருக்குனாலும் தெரியல அது இதாயிடுச்சா காய்ச்சி அதுதான் பண்ணிட்டாரு கண்ணை வந்து பார்த்துட்டு கிச்சன் வரைக்கு ஜன்னல் வழியே நான் சின்ன வீச்சு வைக்கிறதுக்காக போயிட்டு So சொன்னா அதுப்பா நான் நினைக்கிறேன் எலக்ட்ரிஷியன் தான் வந்துருக்கணுமே அந்த மாதிரி கலெக்டான் தெரியுது நீ போன் பண்ணி கேளு எலக்ட்ரிஷியன் தான் வரேன் அவங்க ஐயோ யாரு வேண்டாம் கண்ணூர்ல கூப்பிடாத கொரோனா என்ன இதுவாயிட்டு இல்ல அவங்க வீட்டுக்கு வரதான் மக்களுக்கு இது கிச்சன்ல அவங்க தொடச்சி போறா அது காய்க்கு போறவோட அவங்க தரவீங்க பார்த்தா கிச்சன்ல நடக்க பயமா இருக்குது வழிக்கு தொடக்காம இருந்தாலும் எப்படியாது போன் பண்ணி கேட்கும் வேற யாரா இதுல ஹேண்டில் போட்டுலாம் சின்ன முடிச்சுட்டேன் all our sins and grief to bear. What a privilege to carry. We came to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not care. We came to God in prayer. Where we praise and contrition. We anywhere. We should never be discouraged. We to the Lord in prayer. Then we find a place of faith, who with all of sorrow share. Jesus knows our every need. To the Lord in prayer. Oh, we weak and heavy. But be the Lord of care, precious Savior, still of we do the Lord in prayer. Do thy senses by forsake thee, take it to the Lord in prayer. Yes, how will take and keep. Will find us all asleep. Please, highest one. chapter 25, verses from 15 to 28. Patient persuasion can break down the strongest resistance and can even convince rulers.
Patience can convince the ruler.
Persuasion. அதாவது எடுத்து சொல்றது patient. Never eat more honey than you need. You do need. Too much may make you vomit. Don't visit your neighbor too often. He may get tired of you and come to hate you. The false accusation is as deadly as a sword, a club, or a sharp arrow. Depending on an unreliable person in a crisis is like trying to chew with a loose tooth or walk with a crippled foot. Yeah. Depending on an unreliable person is like a crisis is like trying to chew with a loose tooth or walk with a crippled foot. Sinning to a person who is depressed is like taking off his clothes on a cold day or like rubbing salt in a wound. See, sinning. We joy at sin பண்ணல. Sinning to a person who is depressed is like taking off his clothes on a cold day or like rubbing salt in a wound. If your enemy அதே நாளைக்கு அடிச்சாங்க டீ போட்டா எண்ணெய் கொஞ்சம் ஊறணும் இல்லைன்னா எரியாது. இதுல காலையில 3 மணிக்கு பண்ணணும்பா. WhatsApp. வீட்டுல நம்பர் கூட இருக்கு. மொபைல் நம்பர் இருக்குங்க. வாட்ஸ்அப்ல சொல்றோம். வாட்ஸ்அப்ல இவங்க ஒரே டெலிவரி. No, that I know we can call her. Plus I have number also I am trying to say. If your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him a drink. You will make him burn with shame, and the Lord will reward you. Gossip brings anger just as surely as the north wind brings rain. Better to live on the roof than share the house with a nagging wife. Better to live on the roof than share the house with a nagging wife. Finally, hearing good news from a distant land is like a drink of cold water when you are dry and thirsty. This is good to hear. A good person who gives in to someone who is evil reminds you of a polluted spring or a poisoned well. Too much honey is bad for you, and so is trying to give too much praise. If you cannot control your anger, you are as helpless as a city without walls, open to attack. Here ends today's reading. Many others.
I came here to our 50% job. Because I know responsibility we can do. Yeah.
இல்லையே நான் என்ன சொல்றேன் இப்போ அந்த இதெல்லாம் தேடணும் இதை அந்த இது சொசைட்டி இது பண்றது சர்டிபிகேட் எல்லாம் நான் பார்க்கணும் நான் தான் செயல்படாதெல்லாம் உங்களதான் நான் சொல்லி கொடுத்துறேன் பாஸ்போர்ட் அடிச்சுட்டு நான் போய் பார்க்கறேன் தான் சொல்றேன் அது சொல்லி ஒரு ஆயிடுச்சு 2-3 நாள் இன்கேஸ் இஃப் ஷி போன்ஸ் மீ போய் பார்த்தேன்னா என்ன சொல்றது ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ KYC ಬಗ್ಗೆ user ಅಂಶದ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ so that she will
I'm still trying to I will try to take whatever action I can do. This message is from children. Yeah, I have the message that and when you forward, you have to who forward. So, we forward it. You know, right? You start the
I am taking regarding this, I am taking action. Okay. ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕ್ಯೂರಿಯೇ ಇದೆ
I try to do and try to do my best.
Yeah, don't worry, I will contact the center. I have all the funds and also confidence.
I am two waters. I'm trying to do whatever.
I will meet the bank manager. Other than that.
No, I will do that.
No green color. ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೂರು ಪ್ರಪೋಸ್ செய்யுங்க by the time I research and take off.
What I'm telling you, you will step by step inform on. Complete பண்ணி இது activity பண்ணி step by step அவருக்கு
இருந்துச்சு இது வாட்ஸ்அப் போயிடுது நம்ம கிரியேட் பண்ண முடியல வாட்ஸ்அப் You should give respect, darling. That's what I want you to learn. உனக்கே தேவையான எடுத்து வைக்கிறீங்க கொள்ளாத இதெல்லாம் வேலை பண்ணு கல்யாணம் போட்டு
serving as Prime Minister, and so have the two presidents we had in the Congress party, the President Rahul Gandhi and then the interim President Sonia Gandhi. I read out to you a few minutes ago all the opportunities that will be given to Rajesh Iyer. And as Mr. Mahira said in his book, these are enviable achievements compared to many of us who had to put in a much longer time. And he recognized this much smaller pressure. So what we are applying for the India about people money to such a one. What we are applying? I just say to him, take your point. Now sit down with Ashok Yadav, as you've been doing for the last 3 years, and see whether you can work out. They don't even talk to each other. They don't even talk to each other. I can't say anything. Parties are one person who won't talk and against another person who won't talk. That is why Randeep Surjewala and others are not here. To make two leaders who are not talking to each other talk, I do not think this is a question of young and old. It is a question of who has support and who doesn't. It's clear to Ashok Yadav has the support of the majority of the Congress MLAs. And we can't just be brushing that aside. I accept that in order to promote a young man whose chances of becoming CM and even PM of India are really great or worthy. That's part of the problem. Rahul Gandhi, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't think Dr. Manmohan Singh is a member of the Nehru Gandhi Batra family. Okay. Nehru Gandhi, what do you think? Okay. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been refusing to even become a minister. And I know that Rajiv Gandhi did not seek to become prime minister. He was more or less forced to take that post against the wishes of his own wife. Okay, let that be an immediate national duty. Let me quickly find a point forward. Then I want to make a quick point. Yes. So there is, I have seen a lot of political parties come on television. Gandhi family, 1989 से अब तक कितने गांधी फैमिली के लोग प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने? I want to ask. There would be 5 or 6 Congress-led governments or Congress government supported by the Congress. We haven't had a Gandhi family prime minister. You have two Congress presidents in the last 20 years. I'm talking about the prime minister of India. Okay, but that's, the fact is that what we know in our party is absolutely our members. Absolutely, we have absolute conviction in what we do. We are absolutely proud of what we do. You made your point. Is the problem? Okay, why is that all Baba sitting there and Baba and remote controlling the entire unable to give space to some of the presidential candidates. Is that a problem? Bharatiya Janata Party seems to hate on that tweet that he put out. Kapil Sibal says, talks about the need to ensure that these are all wake-up calls. Shashi Tharoor talks about it. Is there a problem? Is the Congress not recognizing the problem? I give you a personal example. I can't take a Gandhi example on purpose. I'm definitely not for anyone else, but let me tell you, Pawan is a very good friend of mine. I have great respect for Manish Shankarji. And the basic problem I think is that many a time we seem to have lost the previous reversal system, I think, within the Congress is what we want to allude to, and that perhaps is a challenge at the moment. Whether that system can work in a crisis, a previous redressal system, can such a pilot be placated is the big question. Now, a quick final word. You believe Mr. Pilot will still
as the coronavirus pandemic and its effects continue to reverberate around the world, some of Hollywood's biggest stars have spoken out about their own experience testing positive for the deadly virus. Academy award winner Tom Hanks and his wife Peter Wilson became the first known celebrity to openly share their diagnosis by Instagram post in March. Soon after recovery, the celebrity couple used their voice to reach out to people in community events to wear masks, stay indoors, and maintain social distance.
I don't understand how something as simple as doing as little as wearing a mask, social distancing, wash your hands, enters into any kind of fray, whether or not it's something we should all be doing in order to take care of our city and our community and each other.
Not just Tom Hanks, but many other actors who use the subject Elba, Supergirl's Olivia Linekin, Marvel's Mrs. Davis, Tony Shelby, and Game of Thrones stars Indra Varma and Christopher Hitchens have also fought the virus head-on and recovered from it. The pandemic has changed lives as we know, and adjusting to the new normal has been difficult for many, even the celebrities. The Queen of Pop, Madonna, faced backlash because of the virus, the great equalizer in March. However, as fate would have it, a few weeks later, Madam X tested positive. Though she did not explicitly say she had coronavirus, she revealed in an Instagram video that she tested positive for antibodies.
I found out that I have the antibodies, so tomorrow.
Skinny, healthcare, any medicine. This will be we should be doing. And most important, the culture growing up.
HR Minister Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank added that Pathshala platform is helping educate more Indians and puts investment in income in coming years.
I think child will do better than उसको भी हम शिक्षा से वंचित न रख सकें। मुझे खुशी है कि गूगल एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार कर रहा है जो इस दिशा में हमारी मदद करेगा।
Global companies are looking for investment as India provides opportunities in various sectors including health and education. Prime Minister Modi's vision for Digital India has made huge progress in getting billions of Indians online. World-class telecom infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and digital inclusion have paved the way for new opportunities, even to report crisis. Field report, use like this. Google has also announced a new initiative with Prasad Bharati, educating series on products, how small businesses can adopt digital tools and adapt the company with the example of real-life businesses. The second edition of Google 40-day event that took place last week, Pranab Prakash shared, among other things, his personal life experiences that he built and he lives in here while growing up.
This song not only brings back nostalgia, but also kept the comfort, passion, and life in every Indian heart. Group CEO Sundar Pichai also became reminiscent of his childhood as a member of watching Darshan cycle shows. In the 6th edition of Google for India, the Indian origin American became nostalgic as it remembered listening to Sari Janasi lecture. In this edition, Google announced a massive ₹75,000 crore fund to help accelerate India's digital economy. While making this announcement, Sundar Pichai, in addition to this, shared his childhood memories of toothbrush.
Growing up, technology provided a window to work outside my home. It also brought us closer together as a family. Every evening, we were drawn to the television by Google's special edition.
In another major announcement, Google announced a partnership with launching a showcase series. Under this partnership, a series on Russian military costs on how small businesses can adopt digital tools. While announcing the partnership, Singh Vice President of Payment and Next Angels, said cities will enable everyone to cover
partnership with Prasad Bharati, we're also launching an editorial series of literature on how small businesses can adopt digital tools and adapt to the current situation, using examples of real-life businesses. We hope that these efforts help
that small businesses across India access the skills and the resources they need to grow.
Welcoming Google's age in the sector of technology, the Cyber CEO, Shashi Shekhar Vendor said that age will be a major help to India and quote that this will enable our small achievements.
बहुत ही बड़ा announcement हुआ है गूगल की तरफ से कि वो भारत देश में अराउंड $10 billion में इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे ताकि भारत देश में टेक्नोलॉजी का बेस बने, भारत के जो छोटे-छोटे बिजनेसेस वो आत्मनिर्भर बने, सेल्फ रिलायंट बने डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज को लेकर और एक क्वांटम लीप तो ये इंटरेस्टिंग पार्टनरशिप होगा गूगल और गूगल के बीच में कि वो देश के छोटे-छोटे बिजनेसमैन है, एंटरप्रेन्योर है, वो किस तरह से डिजिटल टूल्स को यूज कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी को अपना रहे हैं, चाहे वो कैशलेस पेमेंट हो.
It is noted that this partnership of Google and Samsung will in future lead the digital revolution. Your report,
The last 12 CPSC results are out. This year, the total pass percentage was 88.78%, which is 5% higher than last year. Thiruvananthapuram region has reported the best pass percentage, followed by Bengaluru and Chennai were in the next post.
the much awaited CBSE Class 12 results have been declared and once again girls have taken the lead over boys. Their pass percentage is 92.15%, while the gap of boys is 86.19%. This means that 6%